What's up, everybody? My name is the Cabbage Man Ken, aka Iron Leaf Cabbages, and today, what do you want, Annabelle? I'm gonna get distracted and talk to the dog, or maybe one of the kids. This one's just out of frame. See? Oh, she's cute. See? They couldn't see her face. I hit it. Anyways, today we are going to retake the Forge World, but we do have a tip and a request that we need to fulfill. And that is to go basically to the other side of the Coronis Expanse and pick up a thing that will actually help us a lot. Not exactly sure what I'm looking for. I know it's a Force Sword though. So we're gonna fulfill that. So we're gonna load game to just before. You know what? Who cares? Let's just go with the autosave. I don't know if it's before or after I dived into the fight, but I can always dive into the fight and then fight it, and then bail if I need. Apparently it's after. What are our opponents looking like? Infidel class raider, iconoclast, another iconoclast, and infidel. So here's what I'm thinking. Yes, my child. Maybe. Chill, guys. Hey, stop when somebody says stop. Sure. There's not a lot to pick. What do you want to pick? I suppose. Let's see if I can pull this off. Eyeball this. At the edge of range.
Deliver their demise! Unleash the power of our lance masters.
Are you guys keeping cool out there? Just staying frosty. Frozen.
have a destination to reach. Rain destruction upon our enemies.
Fire them maneuvering thrusters up. We got one.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons.
Where are you guys facing? That way, so it's going to take you a turn or so to come about. And so, I should probably reinforce my forward shields. Let's go with my side. My forwards are actually really thick. Reinforce the forward. Or not the forward, the port shields. And that's us. Yes. Stripped the shields. I can probably take care of the rest. Starboard batteries, open fire.
Unleash a barrage of destruction.
Go use my bathroom. What's that? You need to use the potty. Who uses the potty? I ain't never used a potty a day in my life. Nah, I just climb out the little window, poop in the grass. Some man. very far from the window. I was planning to warp jump, but hey, whatever. Alright, I can just turn that. Raise the button.
Bring doom to our enemies.
Huh? I suppose.
I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Unleash the power of our lance batteries! Lock on and launch!
Reload macros.
Full ahead!
The macro cannons working, son. We got torpedoes to handle.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany!
Aft shields.
Victory is ours!
New auger array? I think it's the same auger array we have. Hey, what's up, old school Raven? Alright, guys. Let's... I don't think we have anything colony management-wise. We'll check before we jump systems. I will do the thing first, because I don't know if I'll be able to get to it for a few days. I don't know how long this is going to take. But I was told it is in... where is it? Antonia's Passage. Quite a ways out. So here's what we're gonna do. gonna have to just travel the normal way. Alright. Hey, we making money now, son. Back to the Brassica. We had some ships that I have not dealt with yet. Jump to the bridge. Check on some stuff. Yeah, sorry I couldn't take a call there. Oh, what? Did it just dump on me? Oh, it totally did. Do I have to fight that fight again? Please tell me it saved. So we're fighting the battle again. Why it dumped like that? Alright. Yeah, no, I'll fight it differently this time. If I do the warp wave, can I still move after? I feel like it's a lot shorter of a distance.
Set course with all haste.
Come this way. Let's see if I can bring anything to bear.
Send our enemies to the void. Bring doom to our enemies. Unleash the power of our large
Right
batteries.
in the middle of them, and some of these might actually have a lance battery on them. I'm figuring they're gonna loop. Let's reinforce the starboard shields. Alright. We do have a lance battery. support guns. Nebraska, we're gonna take this.
Unleash a barrage of destruction!
Take this kid to school. Mate, it is a bad day to be you.
Deliver their demands. Full speed ahead. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
Pepperoni.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
Frestoroni and pepperoni, my dude. Now we're going to reinforce the starboard shields, but I think I did that last turn. This is gonna hurt. Can't brace starboard, we'll brace aft. I'm coming out of this with less damage than I started with. What the poop? I need a 90-degree turn out of the helm.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Bring doom to our enemies. Deliver their demise. Lock on and launch.
Very well then. High factotum, generous Denrock. Hey, Coyote. Or you, with the face. Yeah, you. Can you get me a paper towel? I need to not have phlegm on the roof of my mouth to do his voice. Child. Child. And
I found this on the floor yesterday, so I'm just picking it up.
okay. All right. I don't know if you saw, Raven, but I have some channel emotes now. Alright, where were we? High factotum, generous Danrock. An incredible find has been made on Foulstone, Lord Captain. A lost volume of St. Keith's lost diary has been found during the restoration of his crypt. According to his records, the members of the Order of the Hammer were able to find the cryptoarch containing a relic of Saint Cognacius, the Crucible. Keith's writings on it are vague. It is called the Sculptor and Transformer, granting life and grace. The explorators have sent a delegation claiming the treasure. The heated dispute has been going on for many days. Well, I'll solve the dispute because it's clearly mine, as I colonize the world, and the world is mine. What is the meaning of the dispute? The tech priests claim that the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus oblige the Order of the Hammer to hand any sacred archaeotech over to them. Allegedly, the Crucible should be considered not as the personal belonging of the saint, but rather as a temporary possession entrusted to his care. The Order of the Hammer rejects this thesis, insisting the right care for these sacred objects belongs to ecclesiarchies, cults, and since Cognacius was canonized, then the Crucible should be regarded as a blessed relic, not archaeotech. How fierce are the deliberations? Quite. The discussions have been happening now for more than 8 cycles without interruption. Both sides have provided more than 100 legal experts and have put forward around 4,000 theses, arguments, and testimonies. The Special Administratum Commission, comprised of 200 armed clerks, has arrived to pass a verdict and enforce the law. This is probably the largest religious dispute in the Expanse's history. Pastor Tychon is advocating for the doctrine of co-protection and the explorators and transignus grows ever weaker, perhaps they will agree on a compromise. Let's say my companions.
It is likely that the research contained in the ancient treatises and archival repositories of the Adeptus Mechanicus will provide factual information on similar precedent. I can spare some of my computing power to find such a case and provide my brothers and sisters with information that is necessary to win this dispute.
I believe that the chronicles of the Amillennian Conclave describe mystical miracles witnessed by zealots while praying at an ancient banner of St. Capius. Should the Crucible perform a similar miracle, then no doubts will remain that it is indeed a holy relic and not the property of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Shireen, do you know the best motivation to make your enemies ripe for the compromise? The danger of losing any sort of benefit. It is within your power to take the Crucible for yourself, using the privilege of your warrant if you so desire. Why do you not imply such a possibility to parties involved? Alright. It's a token of gratitude from the explorers. +3 critical hit chance and +3 to critical hit damage. $20 lore Imperium. Failed test once per. That is not a bad one. Rogue freighters, iconoclast, more wounds. The scriptures are way better than 3% crit chance. Sorry. I can get that the second my augurs are more powerful. Yeah. Now I feel uneasy at the thought that I have become the mastermind of this deceit. After some time, the Crucible revealed a visual miracle to the enthusiastic spectators, presenting those gathered for the debate sacred images of martyrs blessing the ancient artifact, and even though some witnesses claim to have caught a glimpse of some strange people operating the lens machines, most of those present have admitted the fact of this miracle and the status of the Crucible as a relic. The explorators have made peace with their loss and asked permission to conduct several of their own rituals with the Crucible. When the tech liturgies had been completed, the tech priests departed Foulstone. Research into the Crucible has identified it as a device for surface terraforming. Fueled by the geothermal energy of the planet, it could turn a wasteland into a blooming garden. However, a way to launch it has yet to be found. This isn't my... No, that's what I'm carrying. Alright, let's see. In Drusus's footsteps. Execute it. The warp jump was unusually hectic. The recent attack of Scrap Code disabled many of the sacred machines, whose malfunctioning algorithms showed no sign of failure until the vessel departed real space and surrendered itself to the Sea of Souls. Only the navigator's talent and the tireless vigil of the tech priests saved the void ship from ruin. Head to the bridge. Or we're going to restart console real quick, guys. Let me look at something. Remember, if you want to support the channel, you can always leave a follow. You can tip at X, or you can sub on Kick. A follow is free and much appreciated on whatever platform you're watching from. I'm gonna make sure that it's not heat issues. Alright, one more time. Has anybody seen anything about the crashes? What? This console? No. You'll be in bed by the time she gets home. Do you know where one of the box fans are? The square fans.
I know where they are. They're in basement.
Okay, well, can you bring me one? I think Fortnite managed to help me with the crashing, because I had to update it, and I think it took a lot and put a lot of heat in. So we're gonna try. I don't need lotion, I need the box fan. Dispatch supply shuttle. Cool. Leave colony. Quick save. Although, it's always been shortly after saving, so I wonder if it's a cloud issue. Shun, are you able to figure anything out? It's not super hot, but it is not cool either. So I might try and pump the heat out. If you want to look at that, that would be good. No, I'm gonna do something weird with it. Hey, are you listening? I'm gonna do something different with it. I've got this fan right here. I wanted the box fan because it has that handle, and the Xbox is really hot, so we're gonna probably suck the heat out with a giant box fan. We'll create a nice partial vacuum. It'll be cold. Grab this. Those are great. I don't know if y'all knew this, but our forefathers loved the crap out of those. Well, how do you know cabbages? Well, because I know a lot of stuff about history. It's a colonial reenactor. Alright, so we got something from Shun, so let's check that out. I'll try and one-hand this over to the High Totem. Alright. So, only outdated information. Makes sense. Hey, we got the Ultimo array. I have better ones, but I'm going to buy these because, well... Void ship management. Alright. Our armor. The engine. The auspex. That's what we're looking for. Mark 201 Bravo. Ooh. When did I get the BG-15 assault scanners? 15. Ooh. We're jumping up the rating here. And how much scrap do we have? Oh yeah, we're upgrading the hull. Of course upgrade the hull. Why would we not upgrade the hull? Glimmer is 95. Alright. Add that to cargo. I might keep that around for a little bit. Kind of a one-of-a-kind. Wait, whoa. Add the cargo. Plasma battery. Zealot. Which we have a Sunhammer Lance battery. Three shots, 24, 75. If it hits. Rise of pattern, plasma battery. got pirates to kill. I know I missed some of the stuff on these. Let's go, pirates. You want some?
This hallowed vessel's bulkheads will hold strong.
Wait, what? Just one of you? Falchion. You're gonna die, homie. Firearm maneuvering jets on a slide port.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Bring doom to our enemies. We have a destination to reach. Show them the fury of our macro cannons. For the glory of the Imperium!
A commendable victory, rogue trader.
Now we can explore this world. Give it a quick scan. Not a bad amount of promethium. A good amount, but not bad either. Yeah, I think a lot of it was heat. And my stupid light moved on me. Such a tank treatment light. That's what we're doing with you. There we go. Should be pretty smoothish sailing. do want to go into there, but I don't want to. Mundus Valentius. Reduce the route difficulty. Peek in on the home system real quick. Because don't I have a colony management thing? Ah, yes. Have it on Foulstone. Let's see what we have. Come up here, I might as well go, right? Alright, boys, we going to prison world. Prison world, guys. A malcontent has been spreading insulting rumors concerning the rogue trader among the aristocracy. So this is a lose-lose here. Wait, there's aristocracy among a prison colony? This has 5 security. Nobles, awed by your stoicism, quickly stop paying attention to this slander. You better. Of course I'm not actually going to be, but what kind of backwards aristocracy? Yeah, exactly, they suck. They can't be good. Every good aristocrat knows that you just bribe your way out of prison. In the middle of the warp jump, our sensors detected an approaching void ship similar to ours in size, but of greater tonnage. The unidentified vessel did not respond to our hails and kept its course, approaching us at high speed. We shall... The shell hit its target The unidentified ship held its course for a moment longer, then it vanished, leaving only flashes of light in its wake. A single projectile is not enough to destroy a ship of that size. What's more, our ship collided with no debris. Well. Alright. We will go down to the dead world, as you requested. I know you wish to remain anonymous, so I will not speak your name, sir. But I appreciate the tip. I always take requests when they're accompanied by a tip. And I don't care if you give $100 or $1. Your tips are the same. That said, I am more likely to, you know, drop everything and run over 100 than I am $1. I'm not trying to be a jerk and go back on what I just said. I'm just trying to be honest with you guys that, you know, had the tip been for but $1, which it wasn't, I wouldn't drop everything. And it wasn't $100 either. Somewhere in between those. Pick a number between 1 and 100. If you guess right, I won't tell you. If you guess wrong, I won't tell you either. Right, kiddo? Just say right. I'm your dad. Agree with me. Yeah. Aren't you? No, no. Aren't you gonna braid it first?
No. Oh, yeah.
Fellowship or toughness. Weapon skill. Strength. Hey, little miss. Weapon skill or strength?
Strength.
Okay, we'll get Abelard stronger. He needs his strongness to do things for me. Like jump across a whole mess of stuff with us on his back, right? Critical hits.
Daddy,
Yes, child.
can I have a shower?
Not right now. The Psyker is not in the target's line of sight, or the Psyker is in cover. All resistance tests to the target. You have to be level 39 to get that. extremists. Chance. Let's see, Seeker's resolve is increased by willpower divided by 2. Alright. Alright, I think I'm gonna go with this biophysical distortion. Just because it adds another type of damage, which is important for keeping things up. Let's see, willpower is... Yeah. Though toughness could use a buff, but we're going with willpower. Alright. Tech use. You're gonna get good at it. The good Cerritos is working steadily towards this. Demo is 90. Advancement Adeptus Cerritos. And crossing treacherous terrain. What do we have here? Which is pretty high agility, not the best strength. Better agility will not hurt. Oh, much chance of reaction. Reduction is equal to half their agility. ballistic skill. Let's give you a weapon skill on par because I want you to be running a lot of this stuff. Alright, your lore Imperium is pretty crap, my dude. Let's get that logic on par with what we're looking for. Master Tactician. You can't sit next to the microphone and sing, okay? Alright. Carouse Commerce. Demo. I don't know why I'd take Medicaid. I have no ability to use it. Demolition. It's pretty good. Lore Imperium is alright, but I could be better at that. Already took ballistic skill. I could do more fellowship. But weapon skill is also there. And I really do need more of that. Same with toughness. Alright, we're gonna go with that. Lore Imperium is what I need to figure out. Who has the best one? 30, 30. I have 45. 50. 35. Sassy Cassie, I got something for you. Here, you help me acquire them. It's only right that I give it to you. Alright, let's see. last thing I need to do is go through and actually, alright. I want her to be able to shoot in close combat again.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I offer up my thanks to thee, O Messiah, for granting me the ability to serve you as a predator whose prey is knowledge.
Well spoken, sir. I still managed to forget the thing I'm supposed to be doing. Give me the good frag grenades. Y'all got any more of them good frag grenades? One other thing I wanted to do is look what I'm doing. Oh yeah, I get that bonus and let me see something.
Let the faith guide my
do it.
path to glory. For the Emperor.
Alright, what do we got? The ruins vaguely resemble the architecture of the Imperium, yet there's some subtle difference to these structures. Over there! The remains of unknown structures are haphazardly strewn about the plateau. Goods. I like goods. What is it? Cracked Xeno chest.
The Divine watches over us.
So this is apparently what I'm here to get. Now what?
Duty prevails.
Be incited.
This is why I did not want to do it like that. Ah.
By faith,
What advice?
Remember,
Color the
the
old.
Emperor.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
True, Abelard.
Careful now. We are the spearhead.
what is it?
You are
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. Let me tend to your wounds.
You have my thanks.
Join me.
does something.
For the Emperor. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Uncover the pattern. A single look at the strange pattern is enough to send your mind reeling. This human skeleton is curled up in an unnatural position. It is inside a void suit with a hole burned right through it. So
Pay attention.
someone has carved a strange pattern on the floor as you look. I didn't
Know
catch that
your
last bit.
duty.
Furious male voice is coming from the old box. This is Captain Trevor Dureth. Calling the bullion. Get your butts back to the surface and get me out of here, you gits. My guts must be fused to my suit, but I'm not dead yet, no matter how much you wish it were otherwise. A moment later, the raging tone gives way to a strangled rasping. Hey! Can you hear? Can any of you hear me? Respond! I'll pay double. Just don't leave me here. Dang! It was going so well. We even figured out how to open the first sphere thanks to the pattern on the floor. Yeah, who knew there'd be so much trouble with the second one? I didn't. They didn't either. Cowards. The moment that beam was directed back, I was already lying with my guts turned inside out, and they were running off with my goods. Oh, Emperor. Why'd you leave me like this? I'm scared. Oh, yes. Yes. No, I don't want to die not alone. Aren't you supposed to watch over all your children? Quiet, you lot. Shut it. I can't even hear myself. The recording is silent for a few moments. All you can hear is the sound of someone pounding on the shell of a void suit with the recording device. I'm cold. I wonder if I'll die from lack of oxygen. Or will my organs give out earlier? The dang god. The dang Imperium. In the end, you will all serve the true masters. human speech gradually deteriorates into an indecipherable mixture of howling and clicking sounds. Yes, my child. Thank you. Thank you.
Let us walk this path to the end.
You too.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
What did I just see here? Okay, so I'm here, but I'm not really sure what I'm doing.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I know the consequences for failure.
His contempt.
Beacon Sci Tech belongs to... Oh wait, I forgot the physics. Oh. Strange pattern on the floor as you look at the lines, a fog descends over your mind. What? Oh, it's too small, yeah. Okay. Beacon Sci-Tech belongs to the ancient Xenos called the Cards. Monstrosity who enhance their mental control over entire planets with the use of such devices.
The Divine watches over us. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Oh, come on. Oof.
I've suffered worse.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I need to draw that star.
Just a minor
Ah,
setback.
dang it. It's a lot of...
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
This is pasta for me, Daddy. I made this for you too. Stars and hearts.
Yeah?
I made it for you. So you right next to the car. Oh, and earlier today I made Milo.
Oh.
Is that how you spell cat?
Not sure. Or yeah, that's cat.
I wasn't sure, so I did that. And I drawn Milo in hearts for you.
Thank you.
The divine watches over us.
It's a purple and black heart. I made it all for you.
Thank you. Okay, so it shoots it out of there, so it can't go through. Or it can't go to that one. And it can't go to that one. Okay, good to know. Let's make...
We shall reclaim what is
Alright, real quick.
rightfully ours.
Let's do, well, I don't know. I think I'll be alright. Let's see. Make this first one here. star, my brain is too dumb to figure out how to make. This should make the other. Oh, okay.
Let us walk this path to the end.
So if that pattern doesn't work, it has to be this one, right? Did we run into any others?
Who thought that was a good idea?
Apparently that athletics check hurts you.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. Alright. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I feel like I'm really close to it, but also really far away.
duty.
Ow.
Throne take you.
Ow.
I won't go down easy.
Okay, so that's not it. To be sure. I need to draw that star, but I am not really seeing it. It's hard for me to visualize.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Is this supposed to be the point? This would need to go...
Suffered
Ow.
worse.
Oh, heck. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
save real quick. And we're gonna run back to the ship because there was some warp crap going. My brain keeps saying this is Laotian's passage, but it's not. It's Latosian's passage. Alright, go back to there.
marked by the blood of martyrs.
Okay.
The Divine watches over us. Know your duty.
Well, that is useful. It was in another thing.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
No, wait, 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 wait.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Chains of domination. Alright. There's warp crap going on. If I've got the new force, a new force sword, we're gonna put that directly on the man who will use it. I need something for his other hand.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
They receive a stacking +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat.
Purge this heresy from existence.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Let us Lady Theater smitificate.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. I'm afraid not. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Everyone, step aside. For the throne's glory.
What's the shootification look like? This is basically a pocket melta.
Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Now we shoot. Just gotta shoot 'em
Let's
a
see
little
to
bit.
it. The Inquisition sends their regards. Holy terror, smite your enemies.
That's about
Naturally.
what we're gonna get. Hey, Mr. Abelard. I have a question. I got a thing what needs killing. And a day what needs saving. Can you do that for me?
A tactically sound approach.
Good.
I will
Had
do my
call
duty.
this guy out. I think again he is.
It will be done. Victory is imminent. Indeed.
let's put some prey on the board.
I will not.
Alright, just hold it.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I got 3 prey.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Let's see something. Can I claim that bounty right there?
As the Emperor commands.
So I get bonuses for that specific thing right there.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. This is why I'm dedicated.
There we go.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I don't think these demons like the Emperor much. It's like... It's like they got no respect. Do the stupid thing. There you go. Oh.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
forgot that takes 2 AP. That one dead.
And so it shall be done. The Emperor commands. I will not be deterred.
Oh, that should have counted for a strike.
Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words.
For the throne's glory. I feel the power surging. I won't object to it.
Miss.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
The Emperor commands.
We're gonna press that advantage there, boys.
I will not be deterred.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
You know what you must do, Cassia.
I'm not accustomed.
them.
You're clad in scarlet.
Burn them all.
Do you recall?
Remember,
I woke up.
The Emperor protects.
Oh, I saw one. What was one of those things we got? I saw it. It's really good. Wait, no, I don't want that. I know who I want to have it, though. A 10 to awareness is nice, but that is so much more powerful. Oh no, she's not a psyker. Or, well, I mean, she's kind of.
With each step,
But
I
I also
forge
don't
my
have her
destiny
spec'd out
among the
as
stars.
anything besides a... very powerful navigator. Like, she's a grand strategist in name, but she might as well be a level 1 grand strategist, because she's not that great of an officer either, because I killed all that in favor of let's get some really good navigator damage going, you know? So here's the real question. What, and Shun too, or Shun, I was just, yeah, well, I mean, same, I was thinking about this, about just making a jump. The clan servicing the cooling systems have reported an incident of sorcery. The shadows in the cabins and corridors are coming to life. The Voidsmen say they see strange writhing things lurk in nooks and crannies at the edge of their vision. If they look away, the things spread over the room, gnawing on everything in their path and attacking the weak and infirm. The strange creatures cannot be caught. It is almost as if they sense they are being watched and sink into the many cracks between the machines and bulkheads. Faith and prayer will work. The ecclesiarchy mission on board the Void ship held sermons in every corner of the haunted chamber. The many-voiced chants and holy rituals manifested their power, and the daemons skulking in the cracks vanished without a trace. The crew cheered and praised the God Emperor for his protection. So, I remember, what was I was going to ask? Oh, Frozen Prince and Emperor's Palm. I haven't figured out a way to get there. I'm trying to figure out if I should do that or... Where is Foulstone at? I feel like it's down here. Yeah, we're gonna... During the voyage, the mill decks reported strange gatherings that were attracting dozens of officers. An investigation quickly bore fruit. One of the acolytes from the auger deck had proclaimed himself a prophet and is rambling about purification by blessed fire. Only the perilous influence of the warp can explain the strange convictions and uncanny zeal of this person. We will put him under. Spies reported that the cult gatherings were hardly worth investigating. They were nothing but long conversations punctuated by people searing their palms over an open flame. The surveillance was maintained until the end of the warp journey, after which the newly born prophet simply forgot about his calling, stopped giving sermons, and dismissed his congregation. Is this where I've got... That's Janice. It'd be better if it's too big than too small, right? I think it's in Trinitos. I am here, my children. Fear not. You may bask in my presence. Don't touch the cloak. A feud is broken out between two influential admirals of the Imperial Navy, having led to the armed skirmishes. Having led to armed skirmishes, even outright battles. Calling to attention a favor he once did for House von Valancius, one of the admirals has appealed to the rogue traders' colony for support. Security is nice, but profit factor is very nice too. How much plasteel do I have? Let's give him some plasteel. The Admiral appreciates the assistance, which has exceeded his every expectation. From now on, his ships will watch over the colony. Woo! Secured at 10. Mysterious sickness struck the clan living in one of the macro cannon chambers. The disease quickly spread, causing the afflicted to writhe with unbearable stomach cramps and expire after several days of agony. Before the officers could react, the neighboring clans took the issue into their own hands and flooded the chamber with carbon monoxide. The macro cannon was put back into service, and the vigilantes were punished for subjecting the rogue trader servants to mob justice. Isn't this where I've got to penetrate the veil with a better... There's a dust cloud and I need better... Offering up prayers to the machine god, the augur operators turned their blessed optics toward the very epicenter of the raging magnetic storm. In spite of the thick haze of static covering the augur's picked visors, something unexpected appeared. The augur crew have detected signs of life under the planet's surface. There, in caves, is a man-made complex. According to the ship's archives, this world is uninhabited and devoid of useful resources. So the presence of someone's base seems intriguing. I suppose I can spare a team to explore, and worst case scenario, bombard it from orbit if it goes sideways. The enforcers disembarked next to the suspicious cave. The entrance to the cave turned out to be blocked by a massive plasteel door, once pierced by a melted charge, then shoddily patched up. Within, an ambush awaited your team. Attackers with emaciated bodies pounced from the darkness without warning. The enforcers of the von Valancius Dynasty reacted with lightning speed. They walked away from the vicious battle not only victorious, but having captured the enemy commander. While a shuttle brought the prisoner aboard, the Lord Captain's void ship scouts searched the base and found a vast hall, the walls of which were dotted with cryovaults. All but one were disabled and contained the remains of some prominent people, judging by their clothes. The last cryovault was opened and stood empty. In addition, a curious machine was destroyed during the battle. As further inspection would show, this was the very contraption responsible for creating the magnetic storms blanketing the planet, concealing the cemetery from prying eyes. Its machine spirit extinguished forever, Tech Priest still managed to extract those parts that still held value. Ave Imperator. Oops, my bad. Ave Imperator. Yeah, I know Latin. Let's take a looky at them cryovaults. The Tech Priest sent at your command have reported the machine spirits of all cryovaults are healthy and obedient, excepting the one living within the open sarcophagus. This machine spirit is in terrible condition and afflicted by great madness, muddying its algorithms. Oh, you wish to attack my people. I wish to hold your hand over an open flame and ask you questions. Oh, despite brutal torture and various persuasive, mind-altering solutions administered to the prisoner's bloodstream by a wise Tech Priest, the Git maintained his arrogant silence and perished before a single word escaped his lips. But yeah, I cannot seem to find the way to get there. To the Emperor's Palm. Warp jump went smoothly enough, although many crew members reported strange incidents while they were asleep. They sensed someone approaching them and laying a hand on their forehead. Then the hand seemed to pass through their skin, through their skull, and with tender motion sorted the jumbled thoughts into some sort of order. Magos Pascal noted the mysterious incident had allowed him to remember a few highly obscure tech rituals, which, it seemed, he had never studied in the first place. What, you guys thought I was just letting these guys catch a pass? Nah. Ain't happening. There are enemies of humanity what need killification. You are facing chaos worshippers. It seems their ships have been lying in wait here. Boxmaster reports an incoming transmission. I don't want to, but I'm gonna accept it. A blood-curdling, visceral scream from the boxcaster deafens the officers on the bridge. Frightened and pale, they cover their ears with their hands to carry on working despite the impulse to vomit. A mocking, inhuman voice giggles hysterically. Today is the day you die. Boxmaster, send back this. Standard encryption.
The litany of ordnance rings out across our decks.
That's a law. Oh, that's a murder class cruiser. Well, at least that is a ways out. Brassica is not going out today. 105. I have better shields than you. Dive.
Deliver their demands. Bring doom to our enemies. Send our enemies to the void.
Port guns. What do we got? Give them the gabagoo.
I want to hear the macro cannons roar.
Let's just brave it.
Set course with all haste.
I can't remember if the murder class has a big broadside or not. I just remembered the murder class has a huge broadside, but I don't want to be in front of it neither, so... meh. Magos, reinforce port shields.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany. Deliver their demise! Bring doom to our enemies! Helmsman, navigate us to the
No,
designated
torpedo
coordinates.
can't turn that tight.
Full speed ahead. Deliver their demise. Bring doom to our enemies. Rain destruction upon our enemies. Deliver their demise! We have a destination to reach. Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
What else we got out here in the void? Reinforce the forward shields. Nope, you're gonna catch me on the side I wasn't ready for. Okay.
The higher will has guided us to triumph.
Jogan Class 1. Alright, what do we got? Silent running, thank you. Next. Rugged repair, probably. But what do I already have? 10% more. Yeah, we're gonna go silent running too, so that we can just start destroying. See, they thought they would be able to get away from me. But nah, wasn't about it. The enforcers from different decks of the Von Valencius vessel report a terrifying sight. The skin of some crew members has become translucent, revealing knots of muscle and blood vessels beneath. Hey, at least you can look for, like...
See if this one fits.
Alright, let's see it. Almost there. No, it'll be too tight once you tie the knot. Size it up a little bit more, okay? Okay. Can you make me a bigger one, though? Because as soon as I start moving my hand around, this one will go away. It'll fall off. Cool. Worse yet, small spider-like insects were seen scurrying inside of them, snow-white and sparkling like ice. The transformed could not see this phenomenon in themselves or anyone else, only occasionally complaining about a prickly feeling in their extremities. Some were branded as mutants and killed. The survivors reverted back after the vessel emerged into real space. Was there a fight? could have sworn I passed up like 4 fights around here.
What he made. Fashionable, huh?
Indeed.
I asked her to. And the pictures I made you, fashionable.
Yep. Hey, Riley. I love you.
I love you.
Now give me $5. The warp jump passed without incident for everyone except the crew
$10.
member. Ah, all the pretend dollars. I love them. Except the crew members on bridge duty. For the duration of the voyage, they heard laughter. Seemed to come from outside through the airtight seal of the ship's massive windows. The laughter went on and on. Was there anything here? Back to prophecy. On to the next thing. Alright, we gotta make a quick pit stop, guys. I gotta shoot some guys that I let float away. Previously, they had thought they could just sit there being enemies of humanity and I would just let it be. When in reality, I was sitting, waiting. Silent running. Shh. Sneaky sneaks. We've got one heretic, mad from the warp, sitting there going, I am U571.
Let our weapons be true, and our resolve unbreakable.
Light cruiser. Okay, if I'm on silent running, how am I in the middle of their fleet? Must be because I'm just so dang good.
Oh, it popped up.
Yup. I didn't mean for it to. I'm sorry about that. Let's get maximum overdrive going. About there, and you should be in cannon range, boyo. Port cannons. Port macro cannons, I need you to fire upon
I
that.
want to hear the macro cannons roar. Deliver their demise! Bring doom to our enemies! Lock on and launch!
Alright, listen up. I'm gonna need a vulnerability scan on this. Kick them side thrusters in. Let's go. Come at me, bro. Yeah, I should have reinforced shields, but I should be fine. It's the first turn. Highness Dame
Set course
Grass.
with all haste! Unleash the power of our lance.
Steady now. Just one precise hit.
We have a destination to reach. Deliver their demise!
I should have used the shallow jump. Well, I wouldn't be where I am positioning wise had I used the shallow jump earlier. Strengthen the 4 shields. Actually, strengthen the port shields. The 4 shields are pretty strong, as it said. What? You know where she went. Go ask your sister. Sure, bring me the good dreams, please. What? I can't let everybody have a shower, kiddo. That is acceptable. They ain't coming out of that warp rift.
Wait, Dad, how much is this? Is this free or two?
It's 5.
This is not free.
Show them the fury of our macro
Burn
cannons!
in the fires of retribution.
Yep, good.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Rain destruction
Hey,
upon our
come here.
enemies.
Let's reinforce them forward shields. I could go for the direct hit, but we will not. We will go for the get 2 for 1 special.
All clear. Congratulations, Lord Captain.
Secure from battle stations. Every time I blow up ships, I'm like a kid in a candy store. I run to the Navy to try and get better gear. Why won't you like me so I can get better stuff? sell so much crap I don't need. I do want this storm bolter though. Storm bolters are kind of, I don't know. I find them slightly funny because, oh, when did I get in with the explorators? Heck yeah, I'll take a power axe. Do I need it? No. Is it cool? Yeah. And my heavy plasma gun is here. Thank you. Almost got the heavy flamer. The vessel's confessors report discontent among their flock. During the traditional sermon before departure, a ritual chandeliers, 100 candles were snuffed out at once. The missionaries attribute this incident to an open ventilation shaft. The voidsmen noticed it and were all whispering about an ill omen, fearing the woes that may soon come. We'll sanctify it. The holy procession, in full accordance with the ecclesiarchy's liturgical canon, rekindled the faith of the voidsmen's hearts and renewed their belief in the God Emperor's benevolent power. The whispers subsided. The crew is ready to face the potential dangers with courage and fervor. Attaboy, gents. Let's go to the next one. What BS has gone on? Fire broke out on one of the decks during the warp voyage. The raging disaster consumed the entire chamber, destroying precious cargo and damaging the interior plating. No guilty parties were found. While clearing out the rubble, a few people claimed the soot on the plasteel beams formed lines in a cryptic alien language not known to humans. The delirious workers were executed and their bodies disposed of in the proper manner. Well, good to know that it was done the right way. Tech Priest reported a brief malfunction to the Geller field generator that left the vessel exposed to the warp for a brief second. According to Enforcer reports, something did manage to get into the ship and is now prowling the dark corridors of Loading Bay 5. Isolate the chamber until the vessel leaves the warp. A part of the ship was isolated from the rest until it left the warp at the end of the journey. After the vessel emerged into real space, the chamber was unsealed. It was intact, with the exception of the crew, who had barricaded themselves in the far corner of the Loading Bay 5, and bravely resisted the unknown assailant for as long as they could. Their remains have been safely disposed of. Gotta love my boys. let us go. Portus... no, not Portus. Let's make planetfall. I got a fabricator to kill. And tech heresy to stop. Scanner. Manufactorum of Kiava Gamma. And leave home without any of you. Of course I'm going to send them all. Like, yeah, no. They're kids. We're gonna chuck them to the abyss. By the abyss, I mean feed them to the Inquisition. Anybody else ever notice that a lot of chaos stuff loves spikes? It's like spikes everywhere. Oh, the Chaos Worshippers? Abelard, fetch 5,000 comfy pillows. Also, Abelard, fetch all the corks. All of the corks, sir? All the corks, Abelard! I will cork the tips of each spike. Set the men to it at once. Any heretics found, put them on the comfiest of pillows. Any suspected heretics can go on the regular pillows. Don't touch my pillow. I'm gonna run to the restroom before we get into this. I'll be right back, guys. Just stay with me. If you want to support the channel, you can, of course, tip on Kick. Or not on Kick. On X, at the Cabbage Man Can. There's a little button that looks like a money symbol. You can also support the channel by subbing on Kick. Either gifting a sub or going in for a regular sub. Or I am partnered with Havoc, and they are going to be on the... I believe they're on the break screen. Yep, you can scan there. Enter code HAVECABBAGE, H-A-V, cabbage, to get 10% off your order. Alright, I'll be right back, gents. We're back. You good, dude? Alright. Fabricator. Say your Vox distorted scrap code prayers. May all your augmetics rust and smell slightly of cheese. Your mom accepted the flesh, Fabricator. Got him. Heinrich frowns as his eyes sweep over the Manufactorum's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no professional meeting with Magi. I fear we are too late and won't be dealing with clandestine heretics at all. Hand me some batteries, please, kiddo. They're like right there. No. There's some. See the pink plate there? Underneath there. Also put the pink plate in the sink. I don't know where it came from. No, it was pretty, they were pretty open about the heresy bit. I think the fleet of heretics all around my planet but the priority was Dargonus. I needed my capital, from which I may rule. This place is just a big factory. I can build another factory. I have the wealth. Binaric arias of alarm stream out of Pascal's Vox synthesizer. In their neurotic, broken rhythm, you sense a call to arms and a warning of danger. Remind me, what is your mission on Kiava Gamma? I assumed I would conduct an investigation and track down traces of the cult of the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kiama Gamma indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worst. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity to try and determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world. On an industrial world? What specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah? First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here. If, that is, there is anyone left here to speak to. Any suggestions for how to proceed? To start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader did not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on a warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready. Well, we'll learn nothing by standing here. Let's go. The interrogator nods, continuing to stare into the surrounding gloom. I have a new toy I want to play with. Hey, knock it off. actually, you have iconoclast leanings, don't you? I think I have a las gun that would be really good for you. Is that it? No, that's a long las. Well, I mean, yeah, it's 2 more damage, but the armor pen is way worse. That is the one right there. Sworn Protector. I don't often need to give him anything, really.
Let us walk this path to the end.
I hate when it does that. It likes to lock it in to the, not opening that.
Blessed is Von Valencia's bloodline.
Really?
No suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic. Kill the mutant. Purge the unclean.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Good on you, man. Oh look, servitors. I bet we won't immediately be attacked.
The divine watches over us.
Corrupted servitor. The servitors before you appear as if they are performing some elaborate and confusing dance. Striking strange poses, they rock back and forth with their arms bent at a peculiar angle. Upon your approach, one of the servitors jerks and tries to turn your direction. The rest immediately repeat the motion. The strange scene is complemented by a grating sound, dull clicks just at the edge of your hearing coming from an unknown source. Based on the cursory inspection, you conclude the servitors were designed for precision work on an assembly line, probably circuit production. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their bodies greatly exceeds basic standards. The servitor's hand moves. It is slowly reaching towards you. Yeah, we're gonna... Gently and swiftly, you step away from the servitor. It stretches out its hand as if trying to blindly touch you in the space, or touch you in the space that you have already left. Still, once more, it seems its brain is incapable of quickly processing changes in its surrounding. Find the source of the clicks. Soon enough, you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor, oozing with murky ichor, is growing straight through the augmetics. The relays coated in inflamed tissue are blocked, hence the reason for the persistent clicking. A mutation in a servitor. Tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissue for their constructs. Perhaps something has caused this aggressive growth, and quite recently. Cut it out, the tumor. A clumsy twitch of your hand and you cut off too much flesh. The stump suddenly swells and you watch as it consumes the entire relay. Clearly a mutation caused by warp energies. The servitor's head turns to you. The box built into its throat lets out a strange screeching sound, at which point, in perfect sync, the brainless constructs spring into motion and lunge at you.
Grovel before the faithful.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm a navigator, not a servitor. If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Doubt is for the weak. God Emperor, move through me! Feed the fire in my heart! Eradicated. deeds is worthless. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith! The pain will subside.
I'm grateful.
I'll do it.
Revolution launcher. And then blast a hole into Buddy's face.
Doubt is for the weak.
But a furious recital shall occur. I don't even see why I
Power
should let it
resides
go
in the will of the
past
righteous.
this. Bang. Bang.
I'll do it.
Bang.
I'm restless. When the faithful are idle.
I guide.
I've seen
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Bulwark. Provocation. Bulwark. Arch Militant. Arch Militant's agility bonus. So 3 plus 4. MP. If the Arch Militant has stacks versatility, the number is increased by 3 until the end of the turn, but the Arch Militant loses all stacks that were added at the end of the turn. Wildfire. I really want kick. I really want kick. The Reckless Rush. This one is really good. Though. Because the versatility makes it so I can use a lot of... How much does it cost to kick someone? 1 AP? Alright, hold on. Show the tooltip. Toughness plus strength. Toughness bonus plus strength bonus damage. So that is Is it 1/5 or 1/10? Because it's either 6 damage or 12. Alternatively, I could take Hammer of the Emperor. Ally affected by Emperor Purge Soul. What do I need for Sword of Faith? Psyker Terminus. Yeah, that makes sense. That one, though. Gain the Hammer of the Emperor effect. 5 times Psyker's Psi rating. Plus Allies Resolve divided by 2. So the Psi rating is at least 3, right? 2 or 3. I don't know, I might... Oh, I really want to do that. But that's really good too. Especially if I go back to using something like that flamer, or not that flamer, the, you know what, heck it, we're going Hammer of the Emperor. It will make everybody do more damage. It's not like I get these every day. Oh. Designate square. The enemy closest to that square is immediately moved 4 cells toward it. Only target allies that have at least 1 melee weapon and 1 of their weapon sets. The target immediately gains an additional turn, during which they gain the ability to charge, and only this ability. Goes up to 6 cells in a straight line and launches a melee attack against any target in their path. There must be at least 2 free cells between the character and its target to charge. Notch of Purpose or Zone of Fear. Stunned or immobilized. Oh, that is worth it. All creatures in 3x3 zone. Time control. Yeah, I want to go for that. Show the path, mend reality. I'm gonna go with that because that gives more stuff. I can get people to charge, I can do all kinds of madness. I love it. Deal an additional +3 damage. Her weapon skill is 30, but I am probably going to be changing that soon. Though that is a very narrow thing. Let me see something. Wait, does she not have a strength of 45? suppose she doesn't, does she? She got bolt weapon. +1 and 10% and ignore 2 deflection. Yeah, that's the one right there. Hot on the trail. All allies gain +7 hit chance, +7% hit chance against a trailed enemy, 15% if the enemy's difficulty tier is more than or equal to 5. An ally kills the trailed enemy, the bounty hunter gains an additional turn. After that ally's turn, all AP and MP remaining from the moment the bounty hunter used on the trail. Additional damage. Bounty hunter's current bonuses to critical. You. Raid and hot on the trail are good, I feel like. Well, I don't like that it ends the turn. Like, I get the ability is good, but I think I'm gonna go with that. It's a bolter. Bolters are really good with overpin. Alright. The assassin makes an attack that does not count towards the limit of the attacks per turn. Does not block the assassin's movement, but deals only 25% of the assassin's usual damage. If the attack is successful, the target suffers the hemorrhage effect. Death Whisper is pretty solid. Poised to strike is not that good. Minus 50% armor penetration penalty with a minimum of 0% armor penetration, and plus 10 lethality if the melee attack. I'm gonna go with Death Whisper. If you wonder why I'm doing that, it's okay. It's 1/10 skill. Cool. All right. Well, under 40% wounds, Imperial World characters. Is this me? Resolve. That is not too bad at this point. I don't know. I'm thinking either it will not die or plasma weapon expert. The power weapon expert. Not quite yet. The other one I thought of was that. filter, though. I don't know. All right. About to be 30, so it gives me 15 wounds. It's not great. Could also train strength or weapon skill. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Linchpin. Direct damage equal to 20%. I hate these types of things. Strong point. Target gains +2 temporary wounds and +1 additional temporary wound for every 2 stacks of tactical advantage, but the Master Tactician loses half of their stacks of tactical advantage rounded up until the beginning of the Master Tactician's next turn. Whenever their target loses temporary wounds from damage, the target gains momentum equal to the number of wounds lost. Target ally of the Master Tactician. I mean, Linchpin is really good. Used on enemies with the unfinished business effect. This effect is applied to enemies that were attacked by the Master Tactician's allies, but not by the Master Tactician, and have less than 50% of their maximum wounds remaining. The Master Tactician immediately attacks the target with a single shot or strike. This attack does not count towards the attack's per turn limit, dealing half the weapon's maximum damage, and an additional plus ballistic skill damage. I'm gonna take that.
Know your duty.
Your senator.
For the Emperor!
For the goods. I mean the Emperor, yeah. Cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers, buttons, handles, switches, and other control mechanisms. View the log. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored on this cogitator. We will view the third log data, which is hidden by the protection of the machine spirit. Your knowledge of the machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. Instrumental terminals have already been replaced, and the material delivery systems are being prepared for divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed, for there are some in our ranks who doubt the words of the fabricator censor and his votaries. And there are some who are not susceptible to the enhancement protocol that carries our tech comrades to enlightenment. May the deliverers of fate be merciful to them. Inaction is death, and I must be returning to our great work. Praise be the truth that will reveal the path of knowledge shrouded in darkness. Alright, where'd this all start? Praise be to the Omnissiah, whose might and power transforms dead metal to make manifest the holy visions of the machine god. The new protocols received at the synod from the great fabricator censor have been executed. Despite those who shuddered at the thought of changing a standard procedure. Embolden your hearts, those whose inner weakness breeds errors in personal calculations. For the fabricator censor is the conductor of the higher will and the wisest among us. Or the most politically savvy. Today, at the Supreme Assembly, the fabricator censor unsealed the vaults of the sacred designs and committed those deemed redundant or heretical to purifying disposal. Today, dozens of standard procedures were lost to be replaced by new ones, which the fabricator censor will deliver to those who demonstrate the greatest devotion to serving the truth. But the databanks contained no notion of truth. Could there have been, may the all-knowing one, the gracious keeper, forgive me an error in the fabricator censor's calculations, and he meant to say serving the quest for knowledge.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Discover. So wait, did I not use that one? Or did I not use that one? Listen up, all cogs, except Pascal.
Your mind is swathed in blue-gray smoke, Master Van Calox. A heavy cup.
You are a dangerous person, Lady Orcelia. Well, all navigators are, but your abilities place you in a special category.
Massive cogwheel constantly drives the colossal gear system, which is lost in the haze.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Hear dull thuds from within the thick metal as if some process, endlessly pounding, is running in the depths of these pipes. The 16 universal laws, the mysteries. A cog. What say you? The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robe hint at the mechanisms implanted in his body. You You see his haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augmetic. A click, a clank, a barely audible hiss, and only then the tech priest's vox finishes the word.
Identification. Request denied.
Pascal turns to you, his visor gleaming crimson.
Registering anomalous behavior within the servant's organics and an invalid noosphere response. This unit is compromised.
Get that awareness. Carefully study the robe-clad figure. See, I don't really want to tip my hand as being the rogue trader, because tech priests have a noosphere, and the noospheric connection connects all tech priests within the local area. They have Wi-Fi that goes directly to their brain, basically. Though tech priests can generally see the noosphere around them, Pascal in this case would probably have shut his off so as to not connect in. You carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spreads out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell in the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest. The smell of rotten meat. Who are you? The tech priest clicks his relay.
Magus Custos of the Machine Sanctum. Tier 2-0. Identification.
Where is the fabricator sensor? I will only speak with the person in charge of this manufactorum.
Denied. This irregularity demands execution of protocol 39-42 in accordance with the fabricator sensor's decree.
I will not be doing anything until I meet with the fabricator sensor.
Anticipated process disrupted execution of disposal protocol recommended.
The tech priest draws his weapon, and as his robe opens, your senses are hit by a fetid wave of rot. Ah.
I will cast you into eternal darkness. I will take you down.
Oh, no, we're going right here. She can go basically anywhere she wants because, well... Pascal, your job is to square up. I want this heretic dealt with. Also, don't let him hit me. Abelard, you're going in the second wave. Also, don't let that tech priest hit me. Heinrichs. You know what? You're fine where you are.
Emperor, give me strength.
Dang it. Fair bit of movement.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job.
That was dumb.
I'm a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Stop. Oh, 9 damage.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Are you my Emperor? Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
Bit of a curious recital. I could have thrown a grenade, but I didn't. Big dumb. It's okay though.
And so shall it be
Temporary.
done.
Gentlemen, I would very much like it if you kill this kid.
Rejoice in service! And so it shall be done.
Here's the real question. Do I try and bring him down? Or do I get get our gentleman to do it. There is another.
I will not be deterred.
Dang it, I hit me, didn't I? Yeah. Good job, idiot. By all means, we will press the advantage.
The Emperor commands. Your corrupt way has failed you. Power resides in the will of the righteous.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Get me a target.
Can we get there? Yeah, maybe come to me in a minute. Good Magos here. Use a bit of lens.
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally.
Inquisition sends their regards.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. At your beck and call. One fewer target.
not the best first contact with the world's inhabitants. I hope we will find someone more willing to hold a conversation, willingly or not.
Follow my lead.
Fall work, actually.
I will do my duty.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Rejoice in battle!
High momentum.
I'm not accustomed. Does something...
What ails?
Relentlessly, heresy grows from idleness. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I think. See Delphum pattern on the side. Adobe pattern plasma pistol. We have a way to bring this
We
down.
shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Alright, everybody, get on the elevator. We're going up. You smell that? It smells like the rejection of the Emperor's light in here. That'll never do. I'm gonna have to fix that. And we're gonna have to come at this whole thing with a flamer.
Look, over there.
The Emperor favors me today.
Let us walk this path to the end.
I shall walk these goods to my ship. Blood mixed with machine oil is barely visible on the dark floor.
my path
Oh my
to
Jesus,
glory.
go.
Brace yourself.
Awesome. Ladies, gentlemen, I know you really enjoyed that trick, but
For the
We are the
Do you require?
The Emperor sets my path. Sins hidden in
You are in the
I'm ready. When the faith
They fear.
the Emperor sets my path.
alright, gather around all the idiots.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Don't get too
Ministration
hurt.
is a holy task.
We only have 25 medkits, people.
Let me tend to your wounds.
Your aid will not be forgotten.
Be strong. Greater
Oh, why'd I
trials lie
waste it?
ahead.
With you at my side, victory
The pain
is
will
within our
subside.
grasp.
Field medicine at its finest.
I don't want Avatar.
Let me tend
Pascal,
to your
look at you.
wounds.
We function as one.
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
I can see bright colors again.
Let me tend to your wounds.
I'm grateful.
The divine watches over us. Pain of this
Ow.
mortal flesh means
Come on.
nothing.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Remember,
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Dark patches can be seen on the floor. They're smudged as if someone walked through them on their way to the footbridge. Oh, I can't walk
With
out
each
there.
step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Lex mechanic, what say you? A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you. As you approach, he hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from straps at his front. You can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. You have nothing to fear from us.
Deus Mechanicus.
The tech priest decides to take a better look at you, after which he lets out a ragged breath and manages to subdue his shaking.
Behold my cause. I thought I was alone in the kingdom of madness and depravity. Please save me.
Tell us who you are and what happened to you.
I am manufacturing. Lex Mechanic Zeta-86. I performed the rituals for the machine spirits of Foundry 9-5 up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Messiah suddenly started praising the dawn or something or other. They stopped the boats and they desecrated the visages of sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madman. My former tech comrades deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with the scrap code. And did nothing to stop them. I am recording a violation of the commandment of thine own forge be a true sentinel. Apostate Zeta-86, your accesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report.
The icy rumble coming from Pascal's box causes the Lex mechanic to lower his head in fear and contrition. How did you manage to avoid the same fate?
I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedures on me. I felt the touch of unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy. The extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in herotechnical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen Magos to the Fabricator Center himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn.
You didn't act like the other priests who were infected with corruption. The Lex mechanic gestures to the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood.
Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah, I managed to connect my external cogitator, which I used for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted. The scrap code is locked inside it, like a beast in a cage. But anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program.
Heinrich tenses ever so slightly at the Lex mechanic's words. You see his hand casually stray to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurried act. You mentioned a monster. Is that some kind of weapon?
No, not those constructs that are... No, not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the manufactorum. It is some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the unholy spirit and life force of those unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator sensor said that saw that the machine as extra special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called one of the Astartes heretics who arrived at the Manufactorum after the start of the uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after that were they able to switch the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous powers utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever that cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offering.
How did your crazed comrades behave?
Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator censor himself. Though what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments, and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege!
You mentioned somebody imprisoned on the lower levels.
The lay servants of the main units, they live in isolated segments. Under the sacred machine halls, I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren charged the system for disposing of slag waste and covered the machines in cursed symbols.
The Lex mechanic hesitates.
After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into.
You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive.
I am a Lux mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's right. That's even what they used me for.
He trails off belatedly, understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words.
They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witness their obscenities.
Poor guy. He needs a melt-a-shot to the brain. What do you make of it? Servant of the Omnissiah, I must know more about the final dawn, the fabricator sensor, his mass, about this machine as well. Oh. A fair amount of CO2 builds up in this, makes it hard to breathe.
I could give you the coordinates, but
The Lex mechanic drops his head.
even though I was present for many of the blasphemies committed by those heretics, or the details that were captured, and processed by my true flesh or in the augmetic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I'm convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well.
The Lex mechanic taps a finger on the device hanging from his ear on several wires.
I swear that no devout tech priest should come in contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device.
Heinrich's expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant and the still intact connectors protruding from under the Lex mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Abelard notices the look on Heinrich's face, and once he does, he sighs heavily and looks away. Heinrichs, what are you thinking? Heinrichs does not speak for several seconds, gritting his teeth. Then in a meditative tone, as though he is musing aloud, he addresses the Lex mechanic. There may be a way to retrieve the cogitator's contents via another device. The Lex mechanic shakes his head in reproach.
Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't for fun, in itself, my augmetics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact with the system of my true flesh, to innervate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I am safe, I swear I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy.
In other words, there is only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? If we connect the cogitator to the augmetic system, the Lex mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn details, even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw and heard, but is now unable to recall. The Lex mechanic, who's been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what's going to happen to him. He begins to back away in fear.
No! Anything but that. I'll die! No! It will be worse than that! I'll succumb to the corruption! I'm begging you, please! I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator.
At these words, Heinrich pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if he was reconsidering.
In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnissiah, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank and was re-categorized as a resource of the manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if connected to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed an apostasy or nullification against their living soul. Upon expiry of the unit's utility, disposal is recommended.
We cannot allow the information to go to waste. One life is a small price to pay for the good of the Imperium. For the good of the Imperium. Like a snake, Heinrich lunges at the Lex mechanic, whose mouth opens in the beginnings of a squeal. Pinning the babbling Lex mechanic, Heinrichs uses his free hand to feel for the connectors of the external cogitator and then for the socket at the back of his captive's neck. The Lex mechanic struggles a few times, but when Heinrichs twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, the Lex mechanic lets out a chilling howl. Yeah, chilling. And arches his back sharply. His hands twitch and leap to the inscriber and begin typing furiously, pounding on the keys with huge force. Cassia, who's been stoically observing everything, flinches and averts her gaze when the Lex mechanic starts crushing his own fingers into a pulp. The scroll that creeps out of the inscriber's printer continues to grow, undulating waves of parchment that settle on the floor. The crunch of breaking bones can scarcely be heard over the hammering of the keys. After several minutes, the Lex mechanic's fingers are well and truly crushed and blood is spattered over the inscriber. But that does not stop him from trying in vain to press the keys with the scraps of bone and skin that remain. Hendrix tears off the parchment and skims over it, sometimes frowning and looking away as though his eyes are paining him. It will take time to study this in full, but at first glance, the data from the Lex Mechanics cogitator suggests there is something of the nature of the cult's major preparations, refitting the manufactorum, accumulating resources, mentions of focus points. These are preparations for a large-scale chaos ritual. It appears the local cogitator, whatever it may be in actuality, is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that was created on the fabricator sensor's orders. The coordinates are here. It is located here in the bowels of the manufactorum. Heinrichs casts a final glance at the Lex mechanic, now locked forever in a cycle of mindless motion, and turns away. We had better hurry.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Plus 10 ballistic skill. Not bad. Is there a way to turn off that steam, though? That would be nice. Or am I going to waste a ton of resources again?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Oh, I got everybody with it.
Dare you?
Just a minor setback. My faith.
Look, no.
The Emperor sets my path. Injuries will not slow me. Let me tend to your wounds.
House Orselio thanks you.
I don't know if that'll cure 2 or not, but we're gonna try it on Pascal.
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
My frail organics required it.
Let me tend to your wounds.
We function as one.
The pain will subside.
My frail organics required it.
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
I needed that.
Was a little bit of a
The pain
sucky
will subside.
interlude.
The healing is much appreciated.
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Even in the darkest moments, there is hope. Let us walk
Whether you
this
recall,
quiet
I'm restless. Sin's hidden.
Heresy grows from idleness.
Oh yeah, that's right. That looks more Drukari looking than...
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
The screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache. Hello, goods. Good to see you. Sorry, terrible joke.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
Ooh, more goods. I do like goods. Oh no. What the heck is that? Fabricator sensor Cubus Delaphin. Actually have a second mask thing now. I was thinking of trying a different material to get a different sound so that do these better. Let's hook up this thing since his voice is probably much different. Fabricator sensor Cubus Delphum, the massive Magos clad in ritual garb, lets out a binary trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another binary tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. What's the matter, little tin comrade? Implants on the blink. Forgot how to speak properly.
stare at just me in the vile tongue of savages. Me, the spirit of Java Gamma, lord of the machine world. You pathetic spawn if you seek swift disposal.
Too many pictures, kiddo. Let's see. You propose that I, the rogue trader of the Von Valencius line, kneel before you. I'm giving you 5 minutes. No, not to beg forgiveness, to speak your last words and offer your final confession.
You are one of
Yeah.
you are one of the hold on. You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred engines bestowed appearances a perfect opportunity to teach you a lesson. My name is
Why is it not doing it?
My name is Cubus Delta. I once had the title of Fabricator General of Gamma Gamma Manufacturing, but I rejected it along with the other fetters that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance. Now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory, and you do not number amongst their legion servants. Therefore you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Explorer, Pascal Hanneman, declare this temple to the machine god compromised, and forthwith forbid all services within it. I dethrone the fabricator censor, and the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnissiah, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of blasphemous operations he has put in motion be discontinued.
Pascal switches to binaric and you hear dissonance burgeoning from the depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go still, while others, obeying the fabricator sensor's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metal signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the manufactorum's production cycle.
Hanneman, liar, you are not him. Dementor's Hanneman obeys me. and the scapegoat he created protects my world. And I'll not have you, rusted refuse from the misfit cast of explorers, call me ignorant. This statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked and you have been deemed defective and will be eliminated.
Pascal turns to you and says dryly,
Initiating heretic search. Designation, Dementors Hanneman. I wish to execute the retribution procedure.
what did you do to the governor of Kiavagama? Is he alive?
The removal of unserviceable artifacts was my first step toward retooling this world. Only my tech comrades heeded the call of truth that reached into the cogitators and allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas.
Poor old Gaprick. 10 years or so back, he told me he felt uneasy in the presence of the Tin Can comrades. I mean, the esteemed Adeptus Mechanicus. He casually complained about not having been dealt a normal planet. I'll have to honor his memory with a prayer once we finish purging this place. Thankfully, the fabricator censor here does not require any coercion to confess to treason. This is my world, and it will serve me. It will only serve me.
Even a cursory analysis of the data shows the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of certain calculations, one that requires minimal resources to revive. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this, Kiava Gamma has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured. Its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucible of this manufacture, poured liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servants of fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves.
So many open admissions of heresy in so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant? I cannot answer that, Master Van Calix. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of heretics. When the Adeptus Sororitas appear before enemies of the Imperium, it is time to fire, not count. And now is one of those times. Your 5 minutes have passed. I hereby sentence you to death, and I will be the one to carry it out.
Comrades, purge the manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work.
Ah, and like a coward, he's going to run away.
The Divine watches over us. Grovel
Crap.
before the faithful.
Just trying to throw a grenade into this fight before it started. Well, I suppose we'll just have to... Alright, Shun, what do you want to do? Fight the fight, or call it good? So Pascal will be going. Alright, these three will go before each other, so that's good. We'll put Pascal around. She'll need to be a little ways back, as I need to cover the secondary approach. I want you up here ready to deal with Skitari. Master Van Calyx. Where you are is good enough.
I am a navigator. Of grace, at least.
Oh crap, that was not good.
Me? Another flower painted black. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
First of all, how far can I throw this grenade? About that far.
As the
I'll take
Emperor
it.
commands, I act. You can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Eradicated.
See, now I need cover, and they're in cover. What shall we do?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
I can't hit that. I can't hit them. So... I think we just finished the job right there. Revel in the little slaughter.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And we'll get a piercing shot in. had a bit of a whoopsie doodle, huh? A little furious
As the
recital
Emperor
there.
commands, I act.
Do you see these gits, Pascal? Do you need to see these gits? That's a good question.
Request denied. Advancing.
No need to see the gits.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Just out of curiosity, what's this look like for me? $50-50. Not a big fan of those.
Running binaric override.
Here's a good question. We dance our way over. Problem is, it has to be in a straight line. Oh, wait.
Request approved.
Oh, we're just short.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Yeah, we'll keep it handy. As for everything else, what we got? Could aim for the opening, but let's just kiss them. Keep it simple, stupid.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Oh, that took 2 shots, didn't it? Oh, well, this one's free, isn't it? Death Whisper.
Request approved.
Uh-oh.
Reading damage to
Whoa. That's a spicy meatball. I want that dead, first of all.
I am the the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
No, I'm saving it to give my boy an extra attack. And I just walked around the corner, so I can't. There we go. Dang it. Alright, well. We all go around the same time.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Press the advantage.
Rejoice in service. I am but a harbinger of destruction. And so shall it be done.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
I won't suffer this. Rejoice in service.
Well, that's about all I can do.
I'll see our foes obliterated. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Naturally.
Well, I suppose that didn't work.
For the throne's glory.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
worth a try. I need to be able to parry.
Indeed. My place is at the fore. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Fallen lads behind the drum. There's 40 shillings on the drum for those who will volunteer
I
to
will
come.
bathe this battlefield in
List to
righteous
fight.
fury.
Oh, today, through the warp and far away.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Sight or no?
If only that were possible. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may.
I need a foothold.
I won't object to it.
Square up, Logis. Oh yeah, every turn I get a free attack.
Not sanctioned to do this.
I could just shoot him, couldn't I?
I won't do that.
About curving the shot in. Nope. There is another target.
Let's see to it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Guided by faith! Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. This is why I was chosen.
Do not dare ask.
Now what? Oh yeah, I don't have line of sight to this kid. Fine. Front line will advance. Get it up there. It's not really useful there.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, I gotcha.
I am a natural to die with grace, at least.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Well, piercing shot.
I'll do it. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I should have used that as my second attack.
Doubt is for the weak.
Parry this, you filthy casual. Get a little bit of cover here before we start beating this guy to death.
My vow is to serve.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
Request approved. Cogitation failed.
Alright.
Running binaric override.
Oof. I want this man dead.
Actions will speak louder than words. And so it shall be done. Let it be a warning to all who oppose us. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
Get some temporary wounds, homie.
May my wrath be thy undoing.
Alright, first things first. My dude, you gotta give yourself the shot.
We function
Take
as
your
one.
jab.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
2% chance. I think we can up that.
Request approved. The scriptural protest is favorable. My vow is to serve. I venerate you, machine spirit. Request approved.
Disappear.
Rejoice in battle!
Emperor is on our side.
Naturally. I won't object to it.
Never seems to want to work.
Let's see to it. But of course, Lord. More trouble than it's worth. I won't object to it.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I think you hate him. Adlard, I order you to hate him.
At your beck and call.
And with your hate, I order you to get reckless. Then I order you to charge this guy.
I took care of
Hack
this
into
one.
him a bit.
We are the
For the Emperor. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Some Mazoa pattern arc rifles. Power mauls, stub carbines, power sword.
I need to look closer. Know your duty.
Alright, let's go grab... disarm
Duty
that, would you?
prevails.
Wouldn't be too much trouble, Argenta. I would appreciate it. Let's look at this lore warp. The marks of chaos seem to draw your eye and strike terror in you at the same time. I'm seeing some Tzeentch stuff going down in here. Let's check something. Did you break my computer? You get. The broken panel of the cogitator sparking. It's blind. It's a blind, dark screen showing nothing. Oh hey, a dying tech
We are
priest.
bound by the blood of martyrs.
This pile of human remains carelessly tossed together amidst a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to tech priests, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly, one of the ravaged bodies makes the tiniest movement. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, his half-closed eyelids twitching. A approach the still breathing man. The man can barely breathe without his respirator implant. It's a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection. But it takes you a single look at the gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize death is only a matter of time. As if having sensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you and sharply inhales the hot air. Sorry, I gotta wipe this off real quick and then I'll read. Machine spirit, deliver me. The binaric requiem coming from Pascal's vox sounds solemn and grim. Upon hearing it, the man's mutilated face twists into a weak semblance of a smile. Brace yourself, I shall help you. The man gasps violently as if the very thought terrifies him. No! I was robbed of the grace of the Deus Mechanicus. Waste not your efforts and hear my confession. The holy Magi, they succumbed to heresy. The rest were stripped of their true flesh to feed the heresy. Preserve us. Deliver me from erring. Sacrifice living blood from vessels of the true flesh while their heart is still beating. After that, oblivion. I knew you would come. I've waited so very long. Deliver me from my torment. What a horrible fate to be betrayed by one's own.
I attest that the three categorical requirements for assigning the status of martyr of the faith have been met. Opposition to the enemy, preservation of adherence to dogma, and a brutal death, requesting the right to extract the subject's organic matter for it to be used in the creation of an honorable servo skull.
The man who is minutes from death wheezes weakly. It is an honor. I am thankful for the right to serve. Pascal, your request is granted. Pascal leaning over the dying man, Pascal in a decisive yet surprisingly respectful motion cuts his throat. Wielding a long scalpel, it takes him mere moments to release the cervical vertebrae from the hold of muscles and sinew, and to cut the vertebrae, severing the head from the body. Let your service continue, tech comrade. Oh, sorry.
Let your service continue, tech comrade.
The device, now evidently used to chop bodies into pieces, was once an ordinary cooling fan.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
What's this pict recording thing do? Server Skull is designed to spread the glory and splendor of its mighty owner. is with the machine god.
Stay
now.
faithful, and you will be rewarded.
Sister?
Never doubt me.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Oh, lovely. They're mass producing those things. So are you saying to keep going? I could try and wrap up this today, but I just didn't want to ask too much of you.
Operation successful.
Why can I not go in?
The Divine watches over us.
Alright, what about the other door? Can I come in here?
This is out of the ordinary.
The Emperor favors me today.
I mean, I am trying to run a few longer streams anyways, just to try and figure out a better time slot, maybe. Basically, market research. The screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Yeah, it's giving me a headache. Demo it.
I better myself through my service.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Alright, what do we got? As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surfaces. Despite the apparent damage, the machine seems to be in working condition. View the log. The log contains nothing of interest. The maintenance ritual schedule for the sacred machine that moves the bridge, an activation log, and a few notes of a religious nature entered by the tech priests. You touch the levers and reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within the cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. Alright.
Know your duty.
Maglev impeller, huh? Before my dad passed, he was working on a plane
Compared
that
to
was
naval
an
service,
impeller plane,
that was barely a challenge.
which, if you don't know what that is, and I mean a fair number of people don't know what the difference between a propeller or an impeller, and the only reason I know is because my dad sat there and lectured me like the engineer he was. So, an impeller on a plane is mounted on the back and pushes the plane along. Though, that being said, I don't know the difference between a propeller and a... Like, are the propellers on, like, an outboard motor? Is that actually an impeller? I don't know. Something howling within the metal housing as if machine spirits of this cogitator are lamenting some irreparable loss. Force it, man. Your knowledge of the machine spirits... Yeah, there we go. You gain access to the cogitator systems. The device machine spirit can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the depths of its lair. Awaken it. You touch the levers and reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within. That was cool.
We are bound by the
Can I
blood of
send it back
martyrs.
to get it to do it again? What do we got here? Ooh. Yes. A super melta. Staff of blood. Let's give you. Oh wait, this is a. I thought it was a navigator's staff for a second. It's biomancy.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Alright, let's see. The heck am I? Did I miss loot? I need to go there now. Oh, thank goodness we didn't leave without you. I don't know what I would do. Feel sad, get depression, that kind of thing, probably.
We should deal with this.
The Divine watches over us.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
How many am I finding?
The Emperor protects.
What advantage?
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. The light of terror shines for us.
Oh, we missed one, huh?
Cast your eye there. Duty prevails.
Oh, that one.
The Emperor favors me today.
Now that one.
I better myself through my service. I'm restless. Sins hidden in the heart. The Emperor
I like this little blurb
when the
of
faithful
binary.
Blessed is Von Valencia's bloodline. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Oh, view the log. View the supply protocol. At first glance, the records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from living tech priests and spent mass. The flesh victims killed either during or for the sake of machine rituals. Production. The logbook looks damaged, the lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a mind touched by chaos corruption. If only Idira was here. This record looks like a sermon from some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that extrudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the child of truth. Abelard,
With
make
each
sure
step,
that when we
I
reclaim
forge my
it,
destiny among the stars.
you burn that thing. Okay? I just want it destroyed, burned, purged, fumigated, maybe? Any of those will work. The system accepts the access of codes. The clanging and moving bolts indicate that the door has been unlocked. Oh, wonderful. Emperor's unclipped toenails. What the heck are we doing? Why are we in here? Why are we not setting everything on
Know
fire?
your duty.
Is there one that lets me kill everything? Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness, while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders. Heinrichs casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages before drawing his weapon and approaching it to examine what lies inside. Careful, Heinrichs. Look at it. Heinrichs gestures towards the cage closest to you. Through the metal bars, you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. The monstrously deformed bodies have fused together in places, while others were severed using saws and knives, leaving wounds, seeping pus and slime, wounds that are agglutinating and sprouting tendons, rods connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh. One of the human heads turns to you. Mercy. Even attempting to speak causes the mutant pain, but he bears the agony and forces out the words, "Mercy, make it stop." You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating an abomination while preserving its ability to live. What is this? Heinrichs takes in his surroundings once again and fixes his attention on the contents of the nearest cage. saying to have some idea. The Lex mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. Oh wait, I'm supposed to do an English accent. I'm getting tired. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to those poor people in their own home, and now they're studying the result. The Lex mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on machines. What are the arch-enemy's minions doing to the people of the lower levels? To know the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. These are warp mutants, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect in that. This is why they were brought here, to be connected to censors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnissiah are driven by a perverted hunger for knowledge. Why are they hooked up to cogitators? Heinrichs carefully studies the screen of the computing machines. Lingua technis corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we will be able to extract anything of value from their data crypts. You! A female face watches you within the gloom of the cage. Even though half of her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growths, her single eye looks at you with a surprising amount of intelligence. You promised us. Her words are echoed by other voices in the depths of the cages. Heinrichs leans toward the cage, but at a sufficient distance to ensure the mutant cannot reach him. Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they? You! You took us from the inferno. You promised us reward. You, her face contorts in a grimace. The creature's lips stick together like melted wax. I'll be danged, they can speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Heinrichs balls his fists in powerless rage. Then he frowns and thought, perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them, or it will trigger further changes. Not missing Pascal's sober interest in the proceedings, which he is dutifully recording in a data slate, Abelard raises a brow. Esteemed Magos, these are your comrades. If I may ask, do you feel any compassion for them, or at the very least, regret for the losses that these poor people represent to the Adeptus Mechanicus?
Negative. What I am currently observing is not my tech comrades, but merely their biologically functioning remains, fashioned into a specimen of an unnatural perversion of technology. I am under no directives to feel any affinity for such specimens.
If there's something that will make them talk, we must use it. Heinrichs nods. Yes, it is possible another person would refuse to make such a choice, but we can use this situation to help the investigation. I'm not going to argue with you. It seems to me your mind is already made up. Heinrichs hesitates for a moment, then closes his eyes and raises one hand. You are enveloped by an otherworldly chill. The mass of flesh in the cage suddenly rears up. The mutant wrenches open its glued together lips and begins wailing frantically. The shrieking is echoed by a chorus of howls and tortured moans coming from the neighboring cages. The mutant changes before your eyes. The tumors recede like an ebbing tide, revealing An emaciated female face twisted in agony, the woman gasps for air, stretching her now mobile neck, and exclaims, Liar! You promised to kill me. You promised me deliverance. Every one of you told me to have hope, and my pain would go. Accept the truth, for that is hope. My only hope is to be freed from this pain. Please, make it so. Make it so. A lump of flesh behind her head shudders and sends out smooth, fat tentacles that cover her wailing face and drag it into itself. You feel the pressure in your ears. From the cage, you hear a steady, almost imperceptible sound that fills you with despair and horror. The sigh, Heinrich lowers his hand and looks at what the creature within the cage has become. A wetly gleaming mass of meat and gristle that no longer bears any hint of human origins. It pulses vigorously. And that's it. And that's it. The lamentations of dying people. No, not just that. What it said about hope sounds like a lie of chaos which it uses to take root in weak minds. I believe the corrupted tech priests repeated this phrase like an echo of what had been instilled in them. Whatever the cult of the Final Dawn is planning, their false hope is a key component of their plan. It's a lead, a small one, but still a lead. That's that then, but do you know what bothers me, rogue trader? The number of people here. There are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? Heinrich shakes his head. I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Am I supposed to go this way? The massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. The hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action, it has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nook, every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. One that is difficult to explain, but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Heinrich makes a warning gesture, his voice ringing slightly with tension, stirred with disquiet. Stop, Uriel. That is a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. As soon as Heinrich takes another step towards the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down toward the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psycho abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact.
The Omnissiah's grace has not touched this object. This mechanism is not desecrated, but born, flawed, and unnatural. I am most profane.
Pascal hurriedly produces a data slate.
Initiating observation log. Let not fear stand in the path of knowledge.
Approach the cogitator. Heinrichs is too engrossed in his examination of the control panel to stop you. You draw closer to the side section of the cogitator housing, which has several thick cables running from it. With each step toward the flickering screens, you're feeling that the cogitator is watching you with rapidly blinking eyes grows stronger and stronger. Up close, you see that besides buttons, switches, and toggles, the cogitator casing is also covered in strange writing. Examine the writing on the casing. You study the runes carefully, and suddenly you feel a lancing pain in your eyes, followed by a sharp pang in your chest. You leap away from the cogitator with your heart pounding and a rushing in your ears. Study the screens. The cogitator displays a wall of text on its screens. A string of symbols is a senseless mixture of numbers, formulas, and unfamiliar characters. There seems to be no logic to it, and yet there is no doubt the cogitator is computing calculations on a prodigious scale. Look at the cables. A bundle of cables is coming from the broken side panel of the cogitator. They were clearly added after the machine came off the manufactorum's production line. The wires snake along the floor and disappear inside a maintenance hatch that leads somewhere down below. Take a step backward, then suddenly one of the cogitator screens changes color, becoming a bright yellow. Your eyes are helplessly drawn to the bilious hue. You turn sharply away from the screen. You can almost feel invisible shackles falling away. The realization comes a moment later. You are not fighting against your own curiosity, but against someone's malevolent will, which has now lost its hold on you. We must destroy this machine immediately. Out of the question. Even if we disregard the potential loss of data, it could kill us. This spawn of chaos has no place on my world. Heinrichs fails to stop you in time. Your blow sends torn cables whipping out in every direction, scattering sparks and droplets of noxious scarlet slime.
Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
That's what I was trying to do there. Alright.
If I may.
Target is too close.
I will do my duty.
Emperor, give me strength.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
There we go.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. No! These ruby flashes are choking me! I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh, poop. Well. Oh boy, a herald. Pink fours. Another pink four. Let's get the screamer out of the way.
Guided by faith! I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. You, my Emperor!
Oh,
That is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
run and gun it.
I'll do it. Eradicated. without deeds is worthless.
Furious recital.
Cleanses the body.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
I want these kids dead.
Rejoice in service. The Emperor commands. Actions will speak louder than words.
A. That. B.
Indeed. At your beck and call.
High momentum.
Will rule the stars themselves. I will not be deterred. And so shall it be done.
Alright. I want to play this right.
Let's see to it. Naturally.
But of course, Lord Captain, the Inquisition sends their regards.
Let's see to it.
Oh. down attacks of opportunity for that plane. He's trying to get Abelard to attack him.
Running by Derek Overline.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Someone else gonna do this. Tried and tested tactics are the best ways.
Oh.
I will do my duty. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Nice try.
Isn't this a job for the another firm painted black? If I may.
That is a dang useful ability.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Oh, dang it. I can't shoot the idiot. Oh well, we'll use it.
a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a
So anyways, I started
not a
blasting.
servitor.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it. Eradicate it. Fate without deed, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Rejoice in service. The Emperor commands. I cannot comply.
Sure I have to charge before I do the other. Be good there. But the real question here is
I won't object.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Let's see to it. Be gone.
Naturally.
Yay! There is a method to my madness, chat.
Done with this one.
Heinrichs comes closer and stares at you, gleaming with naked, scorching rays. What have you done? Years of work, agents' lives sacrificed to uncover the cult's secrets, and you destroyed it all in one fell swoop. I did what any loyal servant of the Emperor would. Heinrichs is silent for a few moments. Yes, Uriel, you acted as the will of the Imperium dictates to all its humble lay people. It was a mistake to trust that you would see the difference between people like me and people like you. At any rate, Rogue Trader, the Inquisitor will hear about this in my report.
The Divine watches over us.
Do you require...
Your seneschal.
The Emperor protects.
Maybe I should have waited, who knows. But I know staring into the abyss stares back into you. How close are we to the end of this, Shun? Not that I mind it running a bit late. I'm just curious. What does this do? Some good old dumpster goods.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Alright.
I need to look closer. Actions will speak louder than words.
Mere boxes do not stand in the way of the Rogue Trader. CyberGuard accepts the access codes and sets mysterious mechanisms into
We
motion.
shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Never doubt me.
your duty.
I guess we're in storage now. Ooh, a flamer digi-weapon. Mastercrafted power maul. Alright. Long streams like this, I really need to just...
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I really need to set up either just a place to exercise a little, like once an hour for 2 or 3 minutes.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
So wait, I got a code for stuff when I was on Kiava Gamma. When I was here, I don't know what that'll do, but... Or was that it?
I spoke to Mistress Tolleman recently. Don't you think you're taking advantage of the Lord Captain's hospitality, Van Calox?
I assume you're referring to the small request I submitted to Vigdis. If so, then no. I'm not taking advantage. The matter is closed.
The Divine watches over us.
Desecrated altar to the Omnissiah. The purity seals have been torn off. The data slates with sacred code shattered, and some of the teeth on the gear adornment broken off. I feel the big thing about to happen. I'm gonna change it out.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Actually. Where were those gloves? Oh yeah, I want that. I was gonna give it to her, but...
The Inquisition taught me many things.
Structure is altered to siege. Amidst the revolting totems and twisted symbols dedicated to the Chaos God, you notice a string of nines burned into the metal surface. Hey, we talked about that yesterday.
Let us walk this path to the end.
I have no idea. That's probably the right way, though.
Stop! There!
Oh.
The Emperor favors me today.
Ah.
And so shall it be done. The impure cannot escape their fate.
You get ambushed. I don't get ambushed. You get ambushed. Oh, Pascal, you are very far away.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm afraid not.
Immolate the soul. Don't want to provoke him. I think I'm gonna go for one of the guys on the edges.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Like I said, Chaos loves some spikes.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
That's not good. Abelard, my friend. Buddy. How goes? Let's
Indeed.
get the follow my lead thing going. Make sure we hate this Chaos Marine. Or this guy. Probably this guy, actually.
It will be done. A tactically sound approach. I'd rather not. Victory is imminent.
Brace for impact. Some kind of safety.
Rejoice in battle.
Bad move, man. Oh, thanks for the help. Shun was saying for like schedule reasons we should finish up here.
Guided by faith. Help me.
Arcta's not in good shape.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Yep. That's your prey right there.
I'll do it.
Chaos Marine. Flipping word bearers, man, I swear.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer.
Do I have enough to pull that off? One, two, three. It'll take everything.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. judgment. Doubt is for the weak.
High momentum. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Request. Combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Alright.
I will not be deterred.
I want that guy dead. Alright, Abelard.
The Emperor commands.
I will do my best to take care of this.
Oh no, we have a purpose here. Orchestrated firestorm on the Marine.
I am but a vessel for the higher purpose.
Why I was chosen.
Oh, that ate all my attack, huh? Yeah, well... How about I set a guy on fire? Forward. I love digi-weapons. They are the best.
Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done.
Huh? The Xbox was super
I will
hot
not
and
be deterred.
so I was pumping heat out. We don't need more fans on the inside. More fan on the outside. It's basically my concept.
Rejoice in circle. Let my fury rain down upon thee.
Get up there then, Calyx. After this fight, I'm take my medicine, and from there, I think
Get
there's like
me a
one
target.
more, probably. I would imagine I have to fight the big dude. I don't know. I can't get away from the fabricator, I don't think. Oh.
For the throne's glory.
Devastating.
Let's see to it.
Approach. Devastating attack, sorry.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Needle pistol used upon the Astartes.
Let's see to it. Holy terror! Smite your enemies!
We rush him this turn, boys.
Nothing stands against me.
We may need to
For the
endure.
throne's glory.
High momentum.
If I may? I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Ah, yes. Ben Calyx. Be so kind. Get the Astartes out of his misery already. Nice armor.
I won't
One
object
per
to
die.
My soul goes to the true gods. Know your duty.
Remember,
No, the
look
Emperor
for
has
the
rejected
Emperor!
you by now. Arch strategist mental. Tough cultist. I can't read that.
Duty prevails.
Vats, which previously used to store fuel oil, have been turned into reservoirs for blood, an ingredient in the vile rituals that have replaced the orderly protocols of this.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully
Ah,
ours.
dang it. Tech priest tears himself away from reading his data slate and looks up at you. His respiratory augmetic is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. You take note of the multitude of fresh augmetics attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly, and pus is seeding from untreated wounds. I heard your footsteps in the void. You are Von Valentius, are you not? Pascal exchanges a series of binary signals with the tech priest before saying menacingly,
Initiating arrest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated identification code which constitutes a grade 4 transgression.
You are a heretic, are you not? Merely a seeker of knowledge. However, the experiments I have conducted extend far beyond the allowed limits of an ordinary transmechanic tasked with maintaining a planetary Vox array. But ever since I received that strange signal, my ears have been open to what I had previously considered to be forbidden knowledge. Every night since then, I've been tuning my Vox station to that frequency and listening to the voices. Am I a heretic? The fabricator sensor didn't think so. He conducted inspections, but he did not prohibit my research. Later, when a mysterious visitor revealed the truth to his optics, he came to me once more. I nurtured the scrap code for him. In the depths of my mind, it lives there still, eating through my synapses and building new connections that are open to the new knowledge of change. Is freedom heresy? If so, then I am a heretic.
The reason for failure of this unit's operations has been established. You have fallen victim to the cognitive corruption of chaos. Your computing processes have been disrupted. You are defective.
Defective? I reveal the truth. I comprehend just as the Omnissiah commands. Meanwhile, your mind thrashes about within the cage of data vows. So which one of us is defective? Identify yourself. My name is Dements Hanneman. I believe it is familiar to you.
This statement is false. This unit stands accused of identity theft.
I am guilty of many things, but not the transgression you speak of. I have stolen nothing from you, my tech comrade, unlike many others who have indeed robbed you. Are you the one who stole Magos Tarsus' personal code and made an attempt on his life? No, why would I do that? It was the work of the maimed hunter.
Term not recognized. Is this a specialized term used by your branch of tech heresy?
It is simply a name that fits him. You must have noticed by now that names are full of lies, haven't you, Pascal Hanneman? I'm giving you a chance to explain why you're using the name of another. Another? I have the right to bear this name. It's my humble inheritance, which I received from Archmagos Amernat. To renounce it is to betray his ideas. The blessed Amernat taught us that the cycle must be discontinued. It seems I have become his best student. Now I aspire to know all, comprehend all, as is the Omnissiah's will.
Blasphemy! Should you continue these sacrilegious mentions of sacred litanies and heretical perversions of the blessed Amernat's philosophy, you will be destroyed.
You wish to sound outraged, but I sense your curiosity. I understand. Knowledge is intoxicating. The craving for new knowledge gnaws on me as well. But be patient. I am deciphering a great mystery, and my name became the start of the key. I analyzed the archives and found it in places where it should not be. Hanneman. I kept seeing this marker upon traces of a great plot. Of the deception created by Archmagos Amernat. No sound mind is capable of such twisted cunning, but my mind was no longer sane, could no longer stay within the narrow confines of the norm. Each new discovery loosened the imperatives of obedience and granted ever greater freedom. I avoided the traps of the maimed hunter who seeks to hide the truth. But words being little, do you want me to show you the truth? His pale lips spread into a smile. Do you have any preferences regarding the killing of your former tech comrade? Pascal switches to Technolinga, his vox erupting in a series of binary signals. There's no need for secrecy. Let him understand. The heretic nods in your direction with a smile. Pascal glances at you with worry and says in Gothic, his voice doubtful,
Following a voluntary surrender, I will be willing to commute punishment for immediate destruction to arrest and isolation for the purposes of conducting an exhaustive interrogation.
if you think it best. Request denied, tech comrade. You will have to pull what I know out of my head.
Grovel before the faithful. Show them no mercy.
Oh heck. Rust stalkers. I did not expect the Sicarians to be here.
I'm not accustomed to being followed around. Help me, Lord Captain! Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. For you, my Emperor! Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
The Rust Stalker is gone.
I'll do it.
How did I catch a refund?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'm a member.
Everyone, step aside.
Let's see to it.
Really? An Inferno pistol doing 0 damage is insane.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
For the throne's glory, nothing stands against me.
Let's see to it.
Holy terror, smite your enemies. I'll see our foes obliterated.
I won't object.
Well, that's some versatility.
Your end is nigh. The Emperor commands. actions will speak louder
Were
than
I on the
words.
opposing side, I would use Cassia, so I'm gonna assume they will I would shoot Cassia, so I'm just gonna assume that's what's gonna happen, and work backwards from there.
And so shall it be done. Rejoice in service.
I have read tomes of military tactics. If I may, try to die with grace at least. I'll paint your death in colors.
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. I won't object to it. Be gone.
Pascal stands motionless as he stares at the heretic's corpse. After a long silence, he finally says in a hollow voice,
I am taking his neurocogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed to supplement the catechism of maintenance and operation.
do you intend to pull that thing out of his head? If it's contagious, I would advise against it. It may be dangerous. Request denied.
Request denied. The value of data justifies the risk.
Pascal leans over the corpse, activates the sampling tool of one of his mechadendrites, and plunges into the tangle of augmetics covering the heretic's skull.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
What is
We
Heresy grows from idleness.
Mismatch of steel wire and augmentation shaped by some madman into unknown frightening monstrosity. Saw some new plasma. That's the basic plasma gun. That is a Mazoa The big difference is the dodge reduction, but more armor pen and higher damage. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. At some point, I want to take Melta proficiency.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Curved parts appear foreign compared to the ordinary geometry of the Manufactorum. The many holes and fasteners indicate that each component serves but a single part of some wicked design. Pascal gonna make my ship sick.
The divine watches over us.
Alright. I'm gonna go up this ladder. It's kinda...
I shall repent.
Ah. Bit annoying. Just a little bit.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Wait, almost.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
We get it. You're old.
I can't allow myself to do this. I won't suffer this.
Okay, I can't get up there. Fine. It's worth a shot.
Compared to naval service,
Karis.
that was barely a challenge.
Oh, carrying us on your back the whole time was barely a challenge. Good to know.
Let us walk this path to the end.
I was hoping there would be more on the Sicarian, but a lot of their weapons tend to be built in. Tech use.
This explorator is blessed with
Broken cars
multifunctionality.
filled with refuse, pieces of spare parts chopped up, lumps of flesh, bits of wire, other rubbish. Remove the obstacle.
Unexpected result.
Stripes and chaos. That's usually Iron Warriors stuff.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
So what? It I missed some goods here. Release the car brake.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Alright, I'm looking for big time boss fight. Is this big time boss fight? Ooh, wait, yeah, I have the elect too. Cogitator looks dead. Only a single lit lumen shows that there was life within this machine. Bring up your several lumens, light up on the panel. You hear a distinct click and the Cogitator goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded. Know your duty.
My knowledge has its limits.
I've read about this.
Yeah, I mean, I had 25 med kits, so just brute forcing it was pretty much fine. I'm waning a bit here, Shun. I can keep going for a little bit, but I need to take medicine. I need to get to bed sometime soon. Am I close? I try to be
The
genuine.
Emperor
Oh,
gave me a vision.
I just
My
feel like there
website
should be a
reveals
big
something.
boss fight somewhere.
The Emperor protects. For the Emperor, the Divine watches over us.
Thick layer of dust is a telltale sign the place has had very few visitors. Despite that, you can see faint footprints that were left by whoever came here last. Input the code to disable the traps. The furnace responds with a short binary signal that evokes the mechanical rustling of unseen switches. West Theodore's. The machine reacts with curt binary signal followed by a low, drawn-out tone. Is that poison?
Let us walk this path to the end. Blessed is von Valencia's bloodline.
I don't know if I did something right or wrong, or there is a thing.
Let us see what I found.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Nothing escapes my sight. Never doubt me. I better myself through my service.
I smell it. I smell the boss fight. I see you, you big stupid git. Abelard, pass me a crack grenade. We're going to anti-tank this git. It's not gonna let me, is it?
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Oh. Give me another. Abelard has one. You need a crack grenade. We doing crack out here, lady. Did no one tell you?
The Emperor.
Your seneschal is always there for you. What advice do you...
Heresy grows from idleness.
Upon noticing you, Cubus Delphum straightens. You hear the clanging and droning of metal, as if pistons and bearings in the fabricator's sensors augmented body have fused together. Repellent scrapes and screeches punctuate his speech. I'm not gonna do the whole hose thing. It's a pain to actually speak with that thing. Oop. Broke the film a little bit. I'm gonna have to fix that later.
You, the probability of navigating your way of breaching the inner line was negligible. The primordial truth guides me in my work. Then why is it that this variable has yet to be eliminated?
We have already cut down that brute of a preacher who brainwashed you and your underlings. Now it is your turn. Cubus Fox emits a sound distorted by static, a semblance of spiteful laughter.
the center of truth opened by eyes is far from this world. His son may have fallen, but his work will be completed.
I saw the strange constructs on the lines of the manufacturer. What mad machines are you creating here?
Steel creations designed to serve, destined to serve the designs of truth. Did you see the elegance of their form? Their flawless ergonomics. And those are mere shells. True perfection fills them. They are instilled with the spark of life and granted purpose, only to bring wrath upon the heads of apostates. Once this army is assembled, but why waste words? You will see for yourself a modicum of the splendor that is in store for the Coronis expense.
The fabricator sensor straightens his back and shoulders. You hear a mounting hum as if from some powerful turbines, followed by heavy footsteps and grinding of metal against metal.
Witness the weapons designed to carry the glory of the true gods into the darkness of the Coronis expanse. My shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels so that its very presence may instill faith and awe in the hearts of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth united with the might of the new Kiava Gamma, and perish.
For the Imperium, for the God Emperor.
Accept this new sacrifice, sacred truth.
Purge this heresy from existence.
We shall purge it. Mr. Hanneman. I actually may need you here. Actually, we're doing this because
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? not a servitor.
Not quite ready to do that.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. The fury of House Orselio!
Yep, we're gonna have
Isn't
to
this
do
a job
this
for
to
the
stay
serfs?
alive. Worth it though.
Advancing. Request approved. Running binary override. Activate calculated fury algorithm. Request approved.
Banish that machine spirit, son.
My vow is to serve.
Well,
As
goes
the
by how
Emperor
powerful the
commands, I
bow
act.
is.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak. to it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Pascal, you really need to...
Crippled in body, and corrupt in mind. Ugh. Pain and beauty go hand in hand. I will not be deterred.
I want it dead. You hear me, Abelard? Dead.
And so it shall be done. Actions will speak louder than words.
Oh, I want a safety involved.
At your beck and call.
Death or glory,
Reduced to dust.
man, I can walk basically anywhere at this point. What's up, dudes? Just chilling. I get it. Long day at work. I understand.
Rejoice in service.
Strong one. We want that one. No, I miss.
Let my
There
enemies
we go.
tremble
I
at
think
the
that's
sound
the
of my
spot
steps.
right there. Just
Another step towards our ultimate victory.
orchestrated firestorm.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
Pascal took a hit, but we're still doing alright. Abelard, murder a forge fiend for me.
Follow my lead.
If you would be so kind, sir.
It will be done.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory.
You dang skip you for the front.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Oh, we missed. Happens to the best.
Naturally. Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Another bird painted black.
It's about Pascal. Nope, I'm just buffing it. 40k goes. I'm fighting Dark Mechanicum right now.
I'm not accustomed to being
So you
ordered
know.
around.
All the stuff you'd expect out of Chaos worshipping Mechanicus gets.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
We'll give Pascal an extra turn here because
I'll
I feel
show
like
you why
Pascal, as
navigators are
the
fierce.
resident tech priest, deserves to kill the heretic, or the heretic brother. I've always found that word funny. Heretic.
Request approved. The spiritual prognosis is favorable. My vow is to serve. Request approved.
Go elusive because her turn is over, dude. Like, it's not a big deal. It's really easy to just be like, oh, surprise, I'm back.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Open a weakness.
Request approved.
Or aim for the opening.
binaric override.
No, heretic.
Requests approved.
Oh. You're telling me he didn't get it. He hates to see it.
Injuries will not slow me.
Yeah, got him.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
The Von Valencius Dynasty. Mars pattern. I'll take like 3 of those easy. What do you got? Anything good? Mars pattern chain axe. Shifting combat tool. I'll take all that. This demon crap, anything on you guys? They'll suck.
My faith is my shield.
Alright, lads, we're going back. Just for a second. I will never let it be said of me that I left perfectly good prophet behind. In fact, I opened a portal to another dimension to learn from the wisest, smartest traders
The
there.
divine watches over us.
They're called the Ferengi. Yes, they're Xenos, but they know what they're talking about. What's that one rule of acquisition? Treat people in your debt like their family. Exploit them. Peak Road Trader. Oh boy, is extra trash coming? Abelard, murder this git. Sharp pain pierces your head, and the light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning. You feel a wave of nausea. Your legs buckle. Your knees hit the metal floor. In that same moment, the manufactorum surrounding you disappears in a whirlwind of mist, ash, and gray shadows. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head to look. Your eyes sting and burn. But through the tears you see it, a colossal silhouette rising above you, the roaring tempest unable to shake the mighty figure. Erlon the Cruel. Writhing in pain, you raise your head and peer into the roiling darkness. You make out the figure's features. It is a huge man clad in dark power armor from which demonic silhouettes snarl at you. The wind picks up and you close your eyes, unable to stare into the face of this raging tempest. The warrior's inhuman eyes bore into you. Alright, hold on. This compresses me a little bit. If I'm gonna do this right, if I'm actually going to voice a Space Marine properly, we need our full baritone. Anyways, I am the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of the primordial truth. I am Erlon the Cruel. The souls of my followers returned to the fount of power they served, crying out for me to cast my gaze toward this sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the Corpse Emperor. The giant's voice causes the storm raging around you to die down somewhat. As if the very sound of his voice is enough to make the whirlwind subside, you glance at the huge warrior and notice on his chest a winding azure symbol. The shades of blue seem to glimmer and mingle together. I am the sovereign of Kiava Gamma. This is my world, not a domain of chaos. Oh, clinging to illusions will do you no good. The rituals have already been performed. The mortals are already singing the litanies of the primordial truth, or decorating the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiava Gamma, as you call it, is already saturated in the nectar of the truth. A fate that awaits all worlds that would stand in our way. Where are we? Where have you taken me? This is the bridge that connects our minds, created by the will of my slave, whose fate you should be envying. The Psyker is useful enough to me to be left alive. You, less so. What do you want from me? I want to look upon the one who has disrupted my flock's duties, my master's plans, that warrior from my legion. The Fabricator Censor. You think of their deaths as a triumph. However, it is but a minor hindrance on our path. There are other worlds that serve our goals. There are other sources of plasteel and adamantine. Revel in your victory. It will change nothing. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirits that you warrant a closer look. Yes, you are a descendant of the rogue trader, whose warrant Kunrad Voigtbeer sought to obtain by defiling the relic and binding it to himself with the tethers of the Empyrean. He was meant to become my servant, a rogue trader who would do the work of the truth. But then you interfered. Could it be that you wish to gain the true god's favor instead? Do you wish to present the corpse's relic to me and serve the truth? Hear your very blood calling you to submit to me? What would be the point of futile defiance? Willpower. Conquering the weakness and pain, you strain every muscle in your body. You slowly rise to your feet, straighten, and stare Urolon straight in the eye. He smiles, but there is no mirth in his eyes. Only malicious curiosity, the kind with which one looks at an insect with its wings torn off. This isn't your first time meddling in the deeds of the Word-Bearers. You were there on Rykad Minoris. And so I want to know if you hold in your hands that which is not yours to hold. and you will tell me yourself. He utters a few words in an unknown tongue over his shoulder, and you feel your head being clamped by an unseen vice. The sensation is familiar, for this is not the first time the shadow of warp sorcery has fallen heavily upon you. You close your eyes and cast aside all thought, and your inner horrors cry out and rise against the will of another. A gust of wind sweeps Orlan's figure away with a trace, or without a trace. The mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. Abelard looks at you worriedly, then sighs in cantankerous relief. That was a close call. For the sake of holy Terra, if I had lost a second rogue trader in such a paltry span of time, my only option would have been to shoot myself out of unending shame. I sensed the presence of another psyker. Someone made contact with you mentally, then tried to harm you with sorcery. I did what I could. You at least appear unharmed. Can you remember what you saw? It was a Chaos Space Marine. One of the traitors of the Imperium. Oh wait, sorry, I gotta do Chris's voice. One of the traitors of the Imperium. I don't think it was he who touched your mind. I wouldn't have had the strength to go up against a psyker from the ranks of those monsters. He might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the same helpless medium that he sensed the deaths of his henchmen. Such indescribable power to have reached out to your mind at such a distance. He said something about Theodora, something about how the blood in my veins will lead me to serve chaos. Sir Argenta, who had been watching with all this intensity, grows pale and makes the sign of the Aquila to ward off evil. Heinrich stares at you, whether in surprise or anger you do not know, then he gives a curt nod. I see. We can theorize later, although I will say, Uriel, that his words do not leave much room for interpretation. The Manufactorum around you looks the same as before the vision. Maybe the shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue your journey through the darkness. No, it's just a text thing. I just had to unloosen the thing to be able to... The industrial heart has fallen to corruption, but numerous faint Vox signals from the periphery indicate the plant's small manufacturing clusters survived without succumbing to the heretics. The sacred machines and hallowed lathes from these abodes have been reverently transported to the safety of the ship's hold. The fate of Kiava Gamma hangs in the balance. Purify and restore Kiava Gamma no matter the cost. The servants of the Adeptus Ministrum heeded the call and began to assemble a holy crusade to purify Kiava Gamma. It will take much time and effort to root out every tendril of corruption lurking in the dark corners of the Manufactorum. It's all weapons. Well, that one's out. Well, let me look at these later, and then we'll execute them. Tomorrow, we will destroy Janus with all we have. Well, not destroy. We will restore Janus to its former glory, if possible. Though we might do Fortnite tomorrow. My wife really wants to play with me. And I am obliged to do so. Check the X page, you'll know what we're streaming. Thank you for coming out to this. Oh, hey Ninja, I am so sorry I missed the host. I'm still working out how to get all my messages in one place. I'm so sorry about that. But I appreciate the host. Anyways, if you want to support the channel, follows are free and much appreciated. Otherwise, you can support the channel by working with my partner, Havoc Energy Drink. It's a nice energy drink that doesn't have some stuff that other energy drinks have. It doesn't mess with your glycemic index as much. It's good stuff. You can scan the QR code there. Use code HAVCABBAGE, H-A-V, cabbage, to get yourself some and support the channel. Other than that, you can donate on X at @TheCabbageManCan. There's a little button there. And you can sub on Kick, of course. Senor. Senor. Oh. Other than that, hey Coyote. Alright, hold on. Headphone warning, guys. I gotta use the big baritone blast, as my kids call it. Hey Coyote! I got him. Other than that, tell the people you love that you love them. You don't know how much time you have, and it's super important. Coyote, I love you, man. As always, drink water. This is a threat. I might be terminally ill, but I can find you. I have a specific set of skills. I log into B and go, I need a personal army. And after a few slurs directed my way, I might get what I want. Have a good night, guys. Cabbage Man, out. Now we hot mic. Might raid somebody just cause whatever. Alright, we're raiding in.